Runway DFW on YouTube. On YouTube.
Well, greetings everyone for the second consecutive night. It's time for another edition of Runway DFW After Dark on YouTube. There's a plane we saw late last night, the Qatar Airways One World A350-1000. And I don't know if we'll see that tonight. I doubt it, but we've got lots of things to see. So welcome to Runway DFW After Dark. We come to you from Founders Plaza, a very nice area provided for flight enthusiasts here at DFW Airport. Thank you, DFW Airport. Well, let's get to the planes, shall we? Here in the late afternoon sun. A bit windy again at the big airport. Still getting our cameras set up here. There's camera 2 looking towards the East Tower. Welcome to Runway DFW Airport. So here's the question. What was the old name? I thought it was Will Rogers. Maybe they added the word international. Clarify that for us if you would, Josh. Thank you. Musa Yasufu says good evening, everyone. Hello, Musa. Mahmoud Soleha says happy journey to all, and good evening everyone. Lori Smith says good evening Walt and all. Marco Celli says hi Walt. Hello there. Kevin Kelly says hi Walt. Bunch of people checking in. Devin Barnes, good morning from Melbourne, Australia. And that would be Sunday morning, of course. There's a Viva Aero bus getting ready to go out to Mexico somewhere.
Runway 18 left, Viva 635. Map to 11, Viva 635, right?
There you had a Volaris flight 800 coming in from Mexico City, an Airbus A320 Neo. The Aerobus is going to Monterey. Let's see if we can catch that as it begins its flight. And we were talking about the Qatar A350-1000. You saw it there on its way to take off to Doha. Not the One World livery. There you see, flight 1053. Hey, I made a rhyme. It's American Airlines 737-800 off to San Jose, California. Coming in from Istanbul. I think it may have landed on the other side of the airport. And there is the Qatar A350-1000. Ian Rhodes asks, is the stream pausing and buffering for anyone else, or is it my internet just having issues? I believe it is us. I am seeing what they call in the business dropped frames, and that is not ideal. Let me check our modem here. Well, it says our connection is excellent, it says. It's a lie. James Earl says, happy Saturday, everybody. Mahmoud Soleha says, keep shining, Qatar. And Beve notes that there is some lag. And so, that's usually one of those things that cures itself as we go along. But if it continues, we may have to switch over to a different streaming device. Dennis Cantonin says, hi, Walt. Greetings from Richmond, Virginia. There's Raina Taylor. Says, good evening, everyone. Walt and friends. I was planning on being there with you, Walt, but unfortunately my friend Tina is with her dad. We might visit another day. Well, we'll look forward to that. Thank you for the thought, and we're glad you're here virtually with us as we try to bring you this U.S. Airways themed American Airlines plane. We saw that last night. Can't remember where it was going. But where it was coming from is Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A321. Ron C. says, from that location on T-Mobile, it could only be network congestion. I don't think anything special is happening in town tonight. Well, I haven't seen any new dropped frames. So it may have been just one of those intermittent issues. So we'll plow through and we'll see what happens. Making the turn now is the big A350-1000, Qatar's Flight 730 to Doha. That is a 4-year-old airplane. Josh Aldridge says the Cowboys preseason game just wrapped up at AT&T Stadium, which is about maybe 10 miles to the south of here. And I'm sure somebody will let us know who won that preseason contest. Not that anybody cares about a preseason contest, right? Well, turn down your subwoofers tonight because, again, we have another breezy evening here at the big airport. Here's our perch tonight. We're off, we're alongside the temporary fence here at DFW Founders Plaza. This SkyWest jet, operating on behalf of American Airlines, or American Eagle, it's going to Wichita Falls, one of the shortest routes you can get out of this here airport. It's probably about a 25-minute flight. And that, of course, is a CRJ 701 ER. Waiting for instructions. There's Dreambird, says hi everyone. Hello, Dreambird. Michael Flannery lets us know that the Cowboys lost. Ah, well. 26-19, says Josh. Keith says hello, everybody. Liked on the way in, thank you. Leighton Calhoun, hello, Mr. Walt. Hope you're doing well and stay hydrated. That reminds me, I've got to go get my... The one thing I left in the car was my hydration fluid container, insulated mug. Emery, you're just with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Emery. Isn't Waco also a short flight from here as well? Yes, yeah, it is. I don't know that it's... I think Wichita Falls may be closer. It's not very far, Wichita Falls. Let's check out an Airbus A319, sorry. Coming in from Silao, Mexico. another special livery American Airlines. I think I saw the Reno Air special livery. We'll check that out in just a second here. For those of you who are new to what American Airlines does, it has a number of what it calls heritage liveries, which pay homage to airlines that are no longer with us, like TWA, and airlines that are also linked in some way to American Airlines. So you got America West, TWA, Mohawk, Piedmont, and there's also a couple of American Airlines liveries that pay honor to its own heritage. Here's a quick look at the Reno Air livery. That's going to San Jose, that flight is. It's a 737-800. Emre with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Emre. Walt, where's this jet going to? Well, unfortunately, Emre, we're on a delay. So when you ask that question, I don't know what aircraft you're talking about because I don't see it until at least 20 seconds after you ask the question. So that just explains how that works. Because this is all digital stuff, we send it up to YouTube and then they process it, and there's all sorts of delays built in, buffering and whatnot. So I apologize if I couldn't exactly get to your question. But this plane here going to San Jose. And I try to announce the planes that we bring you either before they come in or as they're coming in or sometimes after they touch down. So that plane, for instance, is going to Boise, Idaho. It's an A321 American Flight 329. Polina Makievsky says, "Hey Walt, you were here last night." Avinada Sengupta says, "We're watching the live. We're right behind you." So whoever's saying hello to us, hello. We're glad to see you. You can stop by if you wish. One Mike D says, "Hello Walt from LAX." LAX, where we will be next month on Friday the 13th. We'll be traveling to Los Angeles on an American Airlines Airbus A321neo. tentatively, weather permitting, we'll try to put on a show for you from the economy parking garage at LAX. And then that night on Friday the 13th, you can tune into Airline Videos Live to watch coverage of the big Spot LAX party high atop the H Hotel. And I hope to see you there, if you can make it.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Avinanda.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Hi. Yeah, this was me.
Yeah, I saw it. I put you on the screne.
Oh, thank you.
It's
You're
like-
doing great work.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
2366
Do you come out here often?
Yeah, we come here every week.
Cool.
We love your work.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Well, look what we got here. We've got the big A350 1000. It is rolling on its way to Doha. Long, long trip. So yes, if you do come out here to DFW Airport and I'm here, please do say hello. I may look busy and I may be startled if you tap me on the shoulder, but yeah, the best way to do it is to try to get in my eyesight and kind of wave, and that way I know you're there. But always happy to meet viewers of Runway DFW. Get a look at what we do, how we do it. And that plane looks like it's going the wrong way, doesn't it? Well, once again, we have a recalcitrant GoPro. Warren Rodriguez says, hello, everyone. There's the GoPro. I just plugged it in again. Hello. It may not be working for very long. I read online that if you take the battery out of the GoPro and just plug it in directly to a USB power source, then all will be good. Jay Patel says that was quite a smoke from the A350 engines. You know, I'm just looking at a little 2-inch monitor. I couldn't see. You guys see a lot of things that I do not see. But talking about seeing things, let's turn our attention to the king of the skies, the A350, the A380 British Airways Speedbird, going back to London. It is coming our way. This is flight 192. This is a 10-year-old king of the skies. Planes for Life is waving at us. Thank you, Planes for Life. Ron C says it always seems to be the GoPro in the sun, and its dark finish makes it get hot. Yeah, we're not even in the sun anymore. We're in the shade, but there's the picture we're getting from the GoPro right now. Unacceptable, GoPro. I have I think I paid $60 for a kind of a GoPro clone camera, and it always works, but it's not as good of a camera as you might expect. doesn't have the equivalent resolution and doesn't work as well in dark places. But oh well. It's back for a limited time only. Emery Yurcha says, Walt, what is going on with sounds? Well, let me see here. Well, I know it's windy. I know that. Let me listen to, and thank you for that super chat. Let me listen in on my. I'm playing back. Well, I know it's windy. I know that. Let me listen to, and thank you for that. So it sounds okay to me on my iPad, although that's not, of course, the epitome of sonic goodness. So bear with us. Becky Davies says, right, guys, I'm off to bed now. I'll see you guys next time. Good night, everyone. Walt, Becky Davies, so good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Priya says, I made it. Hello, Walt, and everyone. I hope your day was amazing. Let's see, what did my day consist of today? Got up, decided whether I would do a show, because last night it was kind of in the air. I wasn't sure I was going to come out here today, but I thought, well, why not? So I made that decision, and so I made the preview so that you would know that I'm going to be here. I went out to the feed store to get some deer feed. So a lot of deer pals who come to us for nutrition out at the Runway DFW ranch. Then I came home and I did our crawl for our membership. So we'll play that later on in the broadcast. Then I took about a 45-minute nap. Then I had a low-calorie frozen dinner. And then I got ready to come out here. Aerial Bug Smasher says, any chance of getting close up on the landing of American Flight 2834 in 19 minutes? My girlfriend is the first officer flying. Well, we'll see what we can do. As we look to the south, we see Cargo Lux. That is flight 5907. It's going to Chicago O'Hare, 747-8, 14-year-old aircraft. So we've got the King, or the Queen and the King online right now. Oh, Emery Yurchis with a $2 super chat. I was talking about the super chat sound. You know, I can't hear them. We have, I think, 3 different sounds going on. And here goes the Reno Air flight. Can we see these two in the same shot?
Exit 21,
All right, we got some aircraft royalty there. King on the left, Queen on the right. Kind of like a face-off. So let's see, I'm going to do this here. Stand by while we try to be creative. Whoops. Put my... All right. I focus both my cameras on the same plane. How silly of me. No, it's a little better. Josh Aldridge says we need to have a Runway DFW meetup at Spot LAX and Dorkfest. Well, I mean, I think there will be enough people who, at least this year, will be viewers and would love to meet all you guys and gals. Okay, Priya likes that shot. 757 Chip, Quadjet Channel member, says, I'm in for a meetup. Gina M says, I did see my second 747-400 and my fourth Dreamliner tonight. Good for you. Super 80 Adrian says, good evening. Warren Rodriguez says, 2 for 1. Chip says, I didn't know BA sent 2 A380s. Yeah, I know. Okay. We fixed that. And Rabatorb2 says, looks like the Speedbird is lining up from the short T again tonight. Yeah, it has been doing that. Texas Kelva says, Sherman, Texas. Checking in, Sherman, Texas. Served by my TV station, K10. H. Dot says, hey, Walt, mods, lurkers, and chatters. We especially welcome lurkers. You know, lurkers are important because most people don't chat, really. They just hang out. That's fine. But if you do want to chat, we invite you to do that. You just have to be a member, not a member, a subscriber to the channel. Subscription is free, so. Mary Extraordinaire says, hey, Walt, what are you doing here? Well, let me explain. I do this Runway DFW YouTube channel, Mary, and take pictures of planes and talk to the folks, and that's kind of what it's really, you know, really kind of basic stuff. And at the end, we have our little chat stravaganza with music and such. Let's see, am I going to have to weigh down any of our... I think it's all pretty secure. What does the airport say? Airport says 95 degrees, 11 miles an wind 11 miles an hour out of the, looks like the southeast. I'm going to say it feels like a little more than 11 miles an hour. But I am not a meteorologist. We've got a standoff here. It's like standoff showdown at the OK Corral. Who's going to draw first? S-35 Bonanza pilot coming to us remotely. Hiya, Walt and Fabulous Mods. Fantabulous Mods. Good evening. Early morning from Doha, Qatar. 3:40 a.m. here. Well, we just saw a plane going out to Qatar. Let's see, we gotta switch our cameras here. So it looks like the Queen of the Skies is, or the King of the Skies is saying, "Oh, you first, Queenie." And it's been so long since we announced it, but I think this plane's going to Chicago O'Hare, if I remember right. We did miss another Cargo Lux 747 going out as we were setting up tonight. So double super jumbo action for you here on Runway DFW. What is... Oh, the A380 came up a little closer to us than it has been for takeoff. Well, there you go. A little bit of A380 action, a little bit of 747 for you. As we reset our cameras. Look at that, the GoPro's still working. Cool. Uh-oh. Looks like we've been raided by our friends at Wellington Flights Live. Well, thank you for that. Kevin. 757 Chip says T-minus 20 days until a bunch of cranky dorks get together in La La Land. That is so true. Barbara P. Sterling says, I just got popped here. All good. Another good place. I hope to see you soon. I'm only 3 hours away by plane. Hello, Barbara. Thanks for checking in. Craig Russell says, hello, everyone. Patrick Lloyd says, wow, chat is moving fast. Yeah, I apologize if I'm missing anybody. Michael Connell says, hello from sunny North Auckland, New Zealand, after Wellington Flight's live raid, thanks to Kevin. Thank you again, Kevin. Douglas Thompson says, Walt, invitation accepted. I was lurking last night while you were talking about old prop jobs. There's a company here in Wisconsin that modernizes DC-3s with turboprops and new avionics. That would be an interesting tour. Funny Pug says, can I be a mod? If you write to me, my email address is in the description of this, but it's easy to remember. It's walt@runwaydfw.com. And so there you go. Josh Aldrich has now been a member for 16 months. And of course, he's also one of our great mods. There's Josh's name. I can't display his message because our software doesn't let us, but he says, wow, 16 months. Welcome to everyone from Wellington Flights Live. I will be in New Zealand 2 months from now. Whoa! I am jealous. However, we at Runway DFW will be taking a trip to LAX next month on September 13th. We'll be there for that weekend. And then on the next Monday, which I think is the 16th, it is off to Seoul in South Korea. As we watch American Flight 963, this is going to Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's a 787-9 Dreamliner.
Tower at 420 negative, 18 right. 718 right, that's 420.
So thanks again, Josh, for being one of our original channel members. Supatrip Chowdhury. Did I say that right? If I didn't, I apologize. $10 super chat. Thank you for that. Hey, Walt, love you, man. Great capture of the king. Always a pleasure to see you at the plaza. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Abdul Wadud Ahmed says, Walt, are there any other airlines going to start to continue service to DFW with A380s soon? Don't know of any. There have been rumors that Qantas, as it re-energizes its fleet of A380s, may return here with the big plane. Now, of course, it did fly in here pre-pandemic, Qantas did, from Sydney, and they suspended that service with the onset of the pandemic. So that would be the only other option I would see, potentially, unless Emirates decided it was going to ramp up service here, although Emirates does not have a tie-in the way Qatar does. Qatar is a member of the One World Alliance, which American Airlines is part of, and of course, so Qatar can feed passengers in here and vice versa. That's United. Flight 1387. It's going to San Francisco. The 21-year-old A319. Let's check in with Delta here. Delta Flight 420 coming in from Los Angeles on an Airbus A320. And we got to get our jingle singers out here. Jingle singers, are you back from your break?
1992.
Alrighty then. A 32-year-old aeroplane. Seems so improbable, but there it is. Rohit Parkal says, "Hey Walton, everyone from a wet southern India. Time for a hearty breakfast of sunny side up eggs and toast with coffee before heading out to work on a Sunday morning." Well, thank you for stopping by. That sounds delicious. Truly does. After my 200-calorie frozen lunch dinner, well, I could stand to lose a few. The wind seems to be picking up. Brendan Rabbit says, "Walt, good evening, sir. By the way, the plane we just saw was American Flight 2520 off to Calgary in Canada." Funny Pug says, "Bye." Wellington Flights Live. There's Kevin. "Hi, thanks for the lovely welcome. Just need to pack up before 1 p.m. Thanks so much." Kevin, I'm so glad. You know, we've had some really nice boosts from your sending your viewers over to us. So thank you so much for that. M&J Butzer with a $2 super chat. Thank you, M&J. Good evening, Walt. Rohit Parkal says, "Walt, have you worked with Red Helium brand of cameras at work? I'm going to be using them today for the first time." That's a little high end for me, I gotta say. I've heard of them. I've read about them, but I've never seen one in person in my world. So let us know how it goes.
You have a good night.
A little double play there. I think the United plane is going to San Francisco, if I remember correctly. And I'll have to get you the ID on that American Airlines plane that just touched down. That would have been American Flight 1381 from Spokane, Washington, an Airbus A320. Ian Rhodes. Thank you, Ian Rhodes, who's gifted 5 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you, Ian. That's very kind of you. And Richard Carlisle. Find his name here. Richard Carlisle is celebrating 9 months of membership. Great show tonight. I'm off work tonight so I can enjoy the show. Thank you again for that, Richard Carlisle up there in Indiana. Well, here comes Iberia. An A330-300 coming in from España. Was that a little nose high for a landing? I'm not a pilot. I don't know. It seems like the nose was up pretty higher than other planes I've seen on landing, although of course it landed perfectly fine. Flight 6149 from Madrid. Rohit Parkal says you can actually crop close-ups from wide shots without losing pixel quality. Talking about that red camera. Well, the red camera is very, as far as I know, very high-end cinematic camera. It would be way overkill for something like this. In fact, I don't think it would be useful at all in what we do, because it's probably somewhat more difficult to operate on the kind of basis we would use it for. You know, it's like for shots. I think it's for shots that are pre-planned, and you know, you've got 3 or 4 people to pull the focus and roll the track that it's rolling on and all that stuff. Well, here we go with Flight 1430. It's an Airbus A321 going to the city adjacent to the bay, San Francisco. Wait a minute. Do we have 2 Qatar planes there? Now, we did see one go out earlier. Have they added a 3rd flight? Or is there one that is disabled somehow? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. An Alaska Airlines plane about to come into view. It is going to Seattle, 737-900 flight 575. Lost all track of time. It's just after 8 o'clock. We've been on the air for about an hour. About time to do a station identification. So alert the affiliates. We'll be doing a station ID very shortly. And thanks once again to our good pal down in New Zealand, Kevin at Wellington Flights Live, for sharing some of his viewers with us. And if you haven't sampled his fine work at Wellington Flights Live, it's always a treat. Whether he's at Wellington Airport or zooms over to Auckland or heads over to someplace in Australia. Brian Bauer says Qatar 777 is cargo from Germany about 20 minutes ago. Luke says it's Qatar cargo is the second one. Okay, I couldn't tell on my little teeny tiny screen. It is time that we celebrate after darkness here at Runway DFW.
You're watching Runway DFW after dawn.
Is that it? That's all there is? Okay. It's Runway DFW After Dark. I'm Walt. We are coming to you live, and in color, of course, from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We probably be here till, 10:30, 11 o'clock Central Time. If I can hold out. So stick around with us for that, if you would. Asking, where's this plane going, Walt? You know, as I said last night, I've got a new tripod head, and I haven't been able to set it up yet to have my phone right next to the camera so that I can look at the flights on Flight Radar 24 as I shoot the shots. So. We just see there's the Iberia jet, which came in from Madrid a short time ago. That's how long it takes to taxi, and it didn't even come in on the other side. So if you have to taxi from the east side to the west side or vice versa, you can be looking at a 20-minute, 25-minute taxi sometimes. And then there's always the problem if there's no gate space available for you. So this is headed over to its gate at Terminal D. I think it's going in approximately where the British Airways A380 was parking. Ron C says we can only switch to black and white and turn down the resolution to look like old-fashioned TV. I guess you can do that. I thought sometime, just for grins, we could do a black and white broadcast. but I think the novelty would wear out pretty quickly on that one. There is a look at the radar tower on the north side of the airport and the flag, which is blowing in the wind. We're looking to the northwest here. I think we're about to see a plane in this shot coming in on the east side. Flights Aviation with an Australian $5 super chat. Hi Walt, wishing Kevin a speedy recovery. Not Kevin, Kevin a speedy recovery of AVL. Yes, we talked about our friend Kevin last night, who was earlier this week involved in an accident in which he fell and fractured his right arm in several places, which sounds very painful. Fortunately, Rudy was on hand to help him get medical attention, and it's my understanding that our friend Kevin and Rudy, the plane jockeys, will be live as usual on Sunday morning here at like about 10 o'clock Sunday Central Time. So that'd be 8 o'clock Pacific Time. Now, I don't know if that time has changed because Rudy will be doing the camera work, so I don't know if they've adjusted. They may be adjusting their hours somewhat. So check Airline Videos Live for the specific times. But Kevin will be there doing the announcing chores, one-handed, and Rudy will be operating the camera, and it should be a fun show. So I hope that Kevin is feeling a little bit better. That must be a painful thing to endure. So that plane taking off there was American Eagle 3937 off to Billings, Montana. An E-Jet. There's the very tail end of a Qatar cargo plane which came in. Which, where did that come from? Frankfurt? So it landed on the east side. No. Well, maybe it was just parked. I don't know. We have a super chat coming in from Rabtorb2. A $20 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Walt, thanks for your hard work and dedication to bring us the live stream. Safe travels to Korea. I will be en route to Greece via London on the Speedbird from DFW on the 12th. My sixth, where'd it go? My sixth ride on the 380, and it never gets old. Well, thank you for that, Phil. Rabtorb. I am very much looking forward to my first ride on an A380, which again will be coming up on the 16th of next month. Bit of a lull here, interrupted by that landing of American Flight 439 from Montego Bay. After a 3-hour and 18-minute flight on the 737-800. Emptiness over there. I guess we could use this opportunity to do a little bit of this. We'll let you see a little preview of our Seoul excursion. This is from 8 years ago when I was there. I think that was flying over Alaska. Is this working? You know, we're having playback problems. I don't think this is going to work. That's coming in to the airport in Seoul on a kind of unclear day. But yeah, the playback is not good. Well, anyway. We're going.
Yeah, we're ready to go for Runway 439.
We're going to be at large next month. First to Los Angeles for the Cranky Dork Fest weekend, and then right there at Seoul International, or at Incheon International Airport in Seoul. And again, this is 8 years ago, and this is playing back in super slow motion for some reason. I do not know why. Maybe our little box is hot. But anyway, I'll be taking you along with me. What could be more fun? So come hang out with us next month in Los Angeles and in Seoul, and we'll look at airplanes in Seoul. We'll do all sorts of other stuff. We'll ride the trains. We'll ride the buses. We'll look at the sights. It'll be kind of a fun thing to do. So I'm going to dump out of this. This is not working. Well, look here. We've got an American Airlines plane coming in. How unusual is that? But I kid. So I will turn to my oracle here and tell you what that was. It was Flight 3439 coming in from Rapid City. No, that's not it. That was Flight 679 coming in from Phoenix in Airbus A321 of the Neo variety. If you're just joining us, welcome to Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Yeah, Luca says, it was too big of a plane to be coming from Rapid City. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing on my flight radar. Sorry about that. Didn't sound right to me as the words were coming out of my mouth. And Luke says, imagine that, an American Airlines bird. Mr. Phil 63 says California got snow today. And Warren Rodriguez says spotty and patchy. Is that referring to our signal? I don't see any currently dropped frames. We did have a kind of an episode earlier in the broadcast where we were having a bit of a problem with people being able to see us. Here's a look at some of the crowd here this evening on this Saturday night. Lots of folks hanging out. And it turned out to be, it was my car said it was 100 degrees as I was pulling in here this evening. And now, with the breeze, probably, I don't know if it's in the 80s yet. Let's see what the airport says here. The airport says 93. So it's on its way down to the 80s. There's the West Tower there in the background, as people just hang out and have fun here. Oh, Warren was saying spotty and patchy for the trailer you were showing. Yeah, I noticed that earlier before we went on the air. I tried to play back our regular open, which is recorded on a card on this device that we're using to stream from, and I thought, well, that's not looking very good, so I'm not going to play it. And I thought maybe after the little box cooled down that we could play back video from it, but I guess not. Here we are. That camera's been attached to the top of a sign here at the Founders Plaza. Gives us kind of a nice overview. It'll be all ready for. Ooh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't plug a power supply into that camera. That was not smart, because that won't last us through the end here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Well, I don't know if I can. Okay, so here is the camera. It's actually a smartphone perched on top of a sign, but I didn't attach the power supply to it, so I'm going to do that now that we don't have too much going on here. So there's the view from, that's not the view from that camera. That's the view from that camera. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn around camera 2 so you can see what I'm doing while I do it. Let me do that. Spin this around. Don't worry, we're not missing too much. So I'll play some of our music, and then you can watch me power up this camera. Well, that's all there is to it. That's a little out of kilter, but I guess it'll do. Well, that's exciting, isn't it? A Lion King says, hello, we're at DFW Founders Plaza and we subbed. Thank you, A Lion King. Glad to have you with us here at Runway DFW. Seeing if I can get our GoPro cooking again. Well, look, there it is. It's working on a temporary basis anyway. Well, we've got no planes coming in. We've got no planes going out. What's on your mind? I feel like we're doing a talk show here now. Brendan J says they should have this auto playing on any plane's departure or arrival so everyone can enjoy Walt as well. Well, thank you, Brandon. That's nice of you to say. I did, oh, there goes our GoPro again. I was a little saddened by the fact that I didn't get a golden, they called it a golden pass, I think. The airport, DFW airport, was going around handing out golden passes to plane spotters who, and that gave them the opportunity to go on a behind-the-scenes tour into a American Airlines hangar out there on the airfield as the planes went right overhead. Sounded like a very exciting trip. I saw a lot of the photographs and videos on Instagram and Facebook, and so I'm glad that the airport does that. It's a nice way to reach out to the people who are plane spotting. I talked to one young man who's about 10 or 12, I think. He was very excited to have gotten one. I saw him before he went on the tour, and so I was glad he got to have that opportunity. Anna the dispatcher says, David and I are here to say hello, but trying to find a place to park. Yes, it is. We are full up tonight, it looks like. I don't know why. But there's lots and lots of people. I'm glad we staked out a spot here. I'm going to dial up our gain here a little bit. Epic Gamers, remember me? That sounds like a familiar name, Epic Gamers. Glad you could hang out with us tonight. LA Girl says, I love how the airport looks at night. It is a pretty sight. I only wish we had more elevation. We were here, was last summer. We went to the top of, I'm seeing if I can find it here. Marriott? I think it was. Anyway, we did a penthouse show from up there, which overlooked the east side of the airport. But at night, you got to see all the runway lights, you know, from above, and it was quite beautiful. I was looking at those pictures with that video a couple days ago. I didn't get really to appreciate it until I looked back on it. Epic Gamer says, sorry, got to go. Bye, guy. Have a good night. Well, have a good night to you. Glad you could stop by. Diecast Dungeon says, Walt, 43 years of airline work under my belt and many trips in and out of DFW. I've never tired of plane spotting. And, you know, personally, I'm a little late to the plane spotting industry. I only started, it was less than 3 years ago. It'll be 3 years in this October. It's an American Airlines flight coming in from Reno, Nevada. And here's the thing about plane spotting. I can see why it's so intriguing to so many people, and I can also see why some people say, what's the big deal about plane spotting? I mean, it's just planes landing and taking off. And I totally get that. I mean, it's just not for everyone. It's what they call in TV narrowcasting. You know, you'd never have a network show, I don't think you would, with this kind of content on it, but YouTube's just the perfect place for something like this. Here is the constellation of planes headed our way. Number one there on the right is American Flight 1170 from Colorado Springs, a 737-800. Well, it has gone out of our sight. There it is. Behind it, Flight 773, coming in from Austin, an Airbus A320. And I believe a previous investigation showed that the clicking noise is coming from the flagpole lanyards, which are vibrating to the beat of the wind. And Craig Russell informing us that this next flight is coming in from Austin, the capital of the state of Texas. I never did go get my water, did I? I thirst for my water. I'm gonna have to run back to the car and get that after one of these planes lands. All right, let me pause for the cause here. I'm going to go get my water, and I'll be right back with you on Runway DFW. Well, I was delayed a bit. I got on my way to the car. I got to say hello to Anna, the dispatcher, who finally found a parking space. We've got a United Airlines flight 1565 coming in from Denver. It's an Airbus A319 there in the distance. This is a live YouTube broadcast, and we just take pictures of planes. And
what's your channel called? I'll check it out.
It's called Runway DFW.
Runway DFW. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see your shirt now.
Maybe I should wear one of those sandwich boards. You know, it's like a big sign on each side, and you put it over your shoulders. See that we have a little haze in the sky tonight. Well, a little bit of action for us there. Rabtorp2 asks the question, Walt, were you into photography or filming before you started plane spotting? Well, I started my career as a photographer, well, as what they used to call a one-man band in TV news in the year 1975. And so, yes, I have that as a background. And so I've always been interested in photography. Franco Nero de Jesus says hello. Hello, Franco. Don J. Lowry with an idea, sandwich board and have a hot dog stand. Yeah, they don't have any food trucks here at DFW Airport, so a hot dog stand That might be just the ticket. I think that's in the foreground there. That is Anna, the dispatcher. Let's see what we got here coming up. American Flight 364 from Austin, an Airbus A319. It's like not quite back-to-back flights coming in from Austin. Priya says, have a wonderful rest of your evening, Walt. Chatters and lurkers, I'm off to sleep soon. Sweet dreams. Y'all until next time. Thank you, Priya. Anna was saying, hey, there's my head. Yeah, there's her head. This music just goes on. Oh, I guess this is on a loop, this chill out music. I have it listed here as chill out elevator music. All right. Some people like music, some people don't. I've told this story before. I remember early on in Runway DFW, maybe one of our first broadcasts, somebody was complaining, somebody wrote in to complain about the music. They heard the music at the beginning of the broadcast and I was about ready to turn it off because they thought that was going to play all during the broadcast. So I try not to do that.
Everything coming in.
That is a steady breeze. We have a new member. And by the way, William Quigley says, I like the music. LA Girl says the music is really nice and relaxing. Well, that's good. A Wild Hair Transport has become a twin jet member of Runway DFW. Thank you, Wild Hair Transport. Texas Girl says, good evening, Walt. Hello there, Texas Girl. Good to see you in the chat. Texas Girl, of course, is quite the regular here at Founders Plaza. We have American Flight 2833 coming in from Los Angeles, an Airbus A321. Next on the docket. There it is there. It almost looks like its engines are circled with LED lights, doesn't it? We've got emergency vehicles headed out. And it's almost, we see them going somewhere pretty much every broadcast. And again, DFW Airport is kind of like, well, it is really a city that is here. Nobody lives here, but, you know, thousands and thousands of people work here, and of course many more thousands of people pass through here. And so things happen. People get sick, or, you know, car may have an accident or a fire of some sort. So and the dispatcher, because I put her head in the picture, says I've hit the like. So I suggest you do the same. Texas Girl says, hey Walt, looks like Turkish is going to be leaving the gate soon. It seems like it just got here and now it's leaving again. Sounds like a Carol Burnett song. There's Anna waving at everybody. Who says, looks like the UPS MD-11 is powered up. We've got just one of them here. And I wonder if we have that going out tonight. Take a look at the schedule. Departures. Seeing it on the manifest yet. We have the Qantas Dreamliner to Sydney going out at 10:45. It's about a half hour late. Qatar Cargo going to Atlanta at 10:35. Qatar Airlines or Airways going to Doha at 11:18. But I don't see any UPS on the docket here. They could always sneak it in. All right, well, we're waiting for action here on a bustling Saturday night here at Founders Plaza. Certainly enough people here to see things. Craig Russell says we've got a Delta 767 taxiing to the runway for LAX. Well, now that's something to see. I see it. Do I see it? Bless you, whoever sneezed. So I guess the Delta flight could have something to do with the... There it is there. That is a rarely seen here 767-400 going to Los Angeles, flight 8865. And I believe that would be a charter, probably with a football team of some sort. That's a nice little bonus. We do not see any regularly scheduled 757 or 767 aircraft here at DFW. We see cargo planes, but no passenger planes. But there is one right there. Thank you for that heads up. I'm glad there's nothing else going on, so we can kind of focus in on this. It's a 23-year-old turn of the century 767 coming our way. So kind of a treat for us.
Tower Delta 2796 approaching leg raise now runway 20 right.
2796 Tower runway 20 right for the land speed wind 140
20 right clear to land Delta 2796.
3611 Tower, you ready?
Give us a little bit on way 3611. Yeah, just 2 minutes on way 3611.
Delta 65 heavy, tower, that's wind, runway 20 left, clear to take off.
RNAV, Clarence, clear for takeoff, 20 left, Delta 265.
So this plane is cleared for takeoff, if what I hear is correct.
2796,
So it should be a turn-in and a burn-in momentarily.
Tower on way 3611 right for departure.
3611 DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up and wait. Convoy service provider, heavy 767.
20 left, line for wing, copy that on way 3611.
Runway 18 left, 25 other side, clear across 20 left, 25 other side on way 36.
So safe travels to what we presume is the Southern California football team that beat the Cowboys in a preseason match here at AT&T Stadium in Arlington earlier today. LA Chargers. Bit of aviation news, says Raptorp 2. SeaTac Airport has had lots of delays and some flight cancellations today due to a cyber attack. Not yet back to full operation. Well, that's disturbing. Another Delta flight coming in. This one, I'm assuming, a regularly scheduled flight. And that was flight 2796. Airbus A220 arriving from Salt Lake City in the state of Utah. Oh, we've got another. We had like almost 2 in a row American Airlines planes coming in from Austin, Texas. We've got another one coming in on the east side right now. I won't endeavor to bring that to you. We do have Turkish flight 192 going to Istanbul. It is now getting ready to, I think it's been pushed back from the gate. Terminal D. So we should see it come out from behind the corner there. German pilot Meinhardt says it's 3 a.m. Sunday here in Germany right now, so technically I'm in the future. So, Meinhardt, tell me what the stock market's doing on Monday while it's Sunday here, and I'll become a millionaire. We'll get our own Runway DFW private jet. Sarge says, the great state of Utah. I'll now return to lurker mode. There's nothing wrong with stepping out and saying some nice things about your home state. Well, nothing is coming in. Nothing is going out. We're in a lull here at DFW Airport on a Saturday night. It's even in lull mode over on the east side. Is there like the president coming in or something? It's the last time I saw the airspace so quiet around DFW was when Air Force One was coming in here earlier this year. Brandon J says, seems like a slow night. Yeah, it does. I'm kind of surprised. But what are you going to do? Just kind of power through it. Nova Rain says, lots of eyes, few thumbs up by comparison. Hit the like button, peeps. And that's a command from Nova, so you don't want to get on her bad side. Brandon J says next scheduled arrival is at 5 after 9 from Miami. So, yeah, that's like, we got 9 minutes to fill. Well, I know what to do. I won't fill the time, but I do want to say thank you to all of our Runway DFW members, and so this is the time I can do that by showing us our thank you ribbon going across the bottom of the screen. This is all the members as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. I think it was 2 o'clock, maybe it was 3 o'clock. Compiled in a list from a spreadsheet downloaded from from YouTube. So I'd like to thank us, first of all, our channel sponsor, James Webb, who has re-upped his sponsorship for another, I don't know, probably good for 10 years now. Thank you, James Webb. Here are our quad jet members, the highest level of Runway DFW membership. So I thank all of these people, or these peoples. Hey, there's a plane. So let me see if I can get these names in of the quad jet members before that plane takes off. This is as of 3 o'clock this afternoon. Our quad jet membership list includes 757 Chip, A-list flyer Chris, Alan J, Anna the dispatcher, she's right here. Thank you, Anna, for being a quad jet member. Beaker and Honeydew, Bev A, Cubs win. Deborah Klein, Dwayne C, James Webb, Josh Aldrich, thank you, Josh, Kai, Kevin Kelly, he's been hanging out with us tonight, KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michelle, or sorry, I did that all. Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Pete Nordine, R Bauer 25, Raina Taylor, who was hanging out with us earlier, S35 Bonanza Pilot, who we heard from earlier, who's in Doha right now, Sarah Deal, the real deal, Skittles, who's been here with us this evening, Steve Lundaby, and Will Hutchison, our Quadjet channel members. Thank you so much, all of y'all. Brush It Off, a new subscriber. Thank you, Brush It Off. And we're still waiting on planes. I guess that plane we saw go through there. Well, we've got some activity going on now. We've got American Eagle Flight 3783 going to Brownsville, Texas, and Embraer 175 about to appear in your shot there. And then coming in from the northern skies, I thought I saw it, American Eagle Flight 3532 arriving from Rapid City. And that'll be an Embraer 175. Here on Runway DFW. Jan Wittenberg says hello from Holland. Hello, Jan, or is it Jan? I may be mispronouncing it, but I'm glad you're with us. You're up very late or very early. Texas Girl says Volaris is coming out, so we'll look out for that. Thank you, Texas Girl. We're still awaiting for Turkish. Is it on the move or? Well, I don't see Turkish yet. And oftentimes that plane will go over to the east side for takeoff. All right, we look to the north. We see the flight from Rapid City coming in. Behind it, way back there, American 2818 arriving from LaGuardia Airport in New York, 737-800.
Yeah, Alpha 3783.
Randy Bucksbaum says, I called American Airlines tonight, having issues pulling up seat charts to book a trip on my Mac, so customer service agent was working from home. Didn't realize people still working remote. I have news for you, Randy. I'm still working remote. When the pandemic happened, I started working from home, and I told them I prefer working from home, and because I don't get paid an awful lot at my job, and they realize my value, I think. I've kind of been grandfathered in as a remote worker, so I'm happy about that. I do go in every now and again, but my workplace is about 50 miles, about an hour's drive from where I live. So that saves me 2 hours of commuting every day. I just roll out of bed and plop down in my swivel chair and Ian Rhodes says my wife's company doesn't even have an office. Every single worker is work from home. So there you go. People do still work from home. You're looking at there. Looks like flight 577 to Denver. It's an Airbus A321. Next to take off, American Flight 369 to Santa Ana, California. It already got a head start on us. So we'll join this flight in progress. Texas Girl says the Turkish airliner is backing out now. So thank you for that. We'll be on the lookout. We have a number of aircraft preparing to take off now. First of which is American Eagle Flight 3317 off to Lubbock, Texas. So yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 planes now lined up. It's like from a graveyard to a Super Bowl here. Abdul says, I've heard there's a flight from DFW to Waco. Who's too lazy to just drive there? I mean, it does seem a little... I mean, Waco's what, maybe a 2-hour drive? Hour and a half? Hour and a half. But the thing, you know, sometimes if you start your trip with a connection like that, sometimes they can be cheaper. Like if you, I'm not saying this is true for every plane, but you know, you might start an overseas trip in Waco and pay less than you would if you started it at DFW. King Matea says, good evening, Walt. Hello, King Matea. And Lori Smith says the Waco flight comes in handy, especially if you don't want to pay for long-term parking. Well, that's something to think about. That is a factor. I'm trying to convince Mrs. Runway DFW to take me to the airport for our September Runway DFW trip so that I don't have to park for 2 weeks at the airport. I think she's going to do it. Airman 24 says American Flight 80 to London Heathrow has been subbed to a 7879 Dreamliner instead of a 777-300ER. That's interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, when I say the phrase "let's see here," that means I have no idea what I'm doing now. It's kind of an insider look at Runway DFW. Anna says David is standing next to me making all the appropriate takeoff checklist call-outs. There they are there on the right side of the screen, hanging out here. I do believe we see Turkish now. There it is. So that answers your question, Abdul. So the question is, when it, so it's got a circle round up this way, but the question is, will it take off from here on the west side or go over to the east side for takeoff to Istanbul? We shall see. Well, look who's here. It's Sarah Deal, the real deal from Boston. Hi, Walt Mods and friends. Hello, Sarah. Quad Jet channel member you are. Thank you for that. And I would like to shout out to the Random Spotter and Beve, who are currently holding down the fort as members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Be nice to them. Now, Abdul wants to know, is the Air India flight to DFW just a rumor, or is it actually in development? Best I can tell, I don't think it's been announced yet, but I think it's pretty much a given that once Air India secures enough new aircraft that we're definitely on their list of future destinations. And I would think that within the next 12 months, we should be seeing Air India coming in here. There's a huge subcontinent expatriate, I don't know if they're expatriates, but they're diaspora here in North Texas. So I think there'll be a demand for flights. And I think we've finished up with our list of Runway DFW members. Thanks again to our Runway DFW members. Put our clock back in. Should we look at the weather? Have we looked at the weather yet? Let's see what the weather says. Let's see, 93 degrees, wind out of the southeast at 16 miles an hour. Gusting to 21. That sounds about right. I know, visibility 9 miles, right? It always says that. Oh, we got Volaris over there. Volaris, flight number 801 back to Mexico City, an Airbus A320 Neo. But before that, American flight 1641 for LAX, an Airbus A321 Neo, is headed out.
We are headed out.
Well, so good to see you.
You too. Pleasure.
Thank you for being a member.
Absolutely.
Good night, all.
Have a great, be safe. See you soon.
Depart, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1454.
So the next plane all ready to roll here. This is flight 1434. I believe it's going to Vancouver. Like a dream. Well, finally coming into focus, flight 1018 from San Jose, California. A 737-800 on runway DFW. We kind of flew by the top of the hour there, didn't we?
You're watching Runway DFW after dark. After dark.
Indeed you are. Well, there we have the Turkish Dreamliner finally making its way here. It will be taking off from the west side. Glorioski. We're in 24. I had the wrong departure for SJO. It says San Jose, Costa Rica. So sorry about that. Remember, Yurcha says, Walt says you're live from Love Field. Well, I could be live from Love Field. Did I push the wrong button? I did. I did. So let's fix that. Thank you, Emre. It's so nice of him to send me $2 for letting me know how silly and stupid I am. But thank you. Appreciate that. Or am I at Love Field? I don't know. Sometimes. No, I'm not at Love Field. Nah. I was earlier this week. Tuesday, I think it was. And thank you for everybody else who let me know about my error. We've got American Flight 2351 coming in from Mexico City. Let's take a quick look at that. Beth F says, Runway DFW, you may be silly, but you're not stupid. Thank you, Beth. Thanks for boosting my ego there. And William Quigley, with more words of support, wherever you are, Walt, we're glad you're here. Abdul says, my family from Kuwait is coming to Dallas tomorrow to visit us on Turkish Airlines. Well, that'll be exciting. There was a bird on that Frontier tail, I can tell you that. And now I can tell you that plane was coming in from Phoenix, flight 3832 with Forrest, the northern spotted owl. Turkish still holding. Well, now it's moving, so I think we may be starting up here. See some Kevin and Rudy talk going on in the chat room, and once again, I know you all be tuned in to Airline Videos Live tomorrow for the big Sunday show. And as you may have heard, Kevin, plane jockey Kevin, is ailing right now. He's fractured his right arm in several places, and so Rudy's going to be working the cameras tomorrow on Airline Videos Live. Kevin will be there, as I understand it. So we all wish plane spotter Kevin, plane jockey Kevin, a speedy recovery. Must be terribly frustrating. Hello. It's good to see you. One of our regulars here. There's a plane there somewhere. Well, we'll get in our sights here momentarily. Oh, there it is. Another Frontier. Frontier Flight 3278 coming in from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A320neo with El Rey the Elk. I think we saw El Rey last night. Beth F sending Kevin a virtual hug and healing energy. RFI Nerd says, oh my God, I didn't hear about Kevin. Hope he gets better soon. See what happens when you take off for a couple of days. Yeah, he was taking off a few days this week to get some work done at the office. And it's my understanding he was in a parking lot and tripped over one of those parking, you know, those concrete bumper things. Yeah, I guess took quite a spill. But Kevin's a trooper. He'll be, as I understand it, he'll be on the show tomorrow. Kind of switching roles with Rudy, who usually does the banter of the announcements of each plane coming in and out. Of course, Kevin does that by himself many times when Rudy can't make it to the show because of his other duties as a school teacher. Well, and speaking of Rudy, there he is, LA Plane Spotter. Hey, Walt, says Rudy. Rudy, we're looking forward to your fine work tomorrow on Airline Videos Live, the big Sunday show.
You have a setup there, man?
Oh, well, thank you. Abdul wants to know any other foreign airlines landing or taking off soon. We should be seeing, let's see, what time is it here? 9:30. Within the next hour. Well, I think I think it's 10:45. It's been pushed back is when we will see Qantas taking off for Sydney. And I don't know if we'll stay beyond that or not tonight. Because we were here pretty late last night. We were here till after midnight. So actually we're here. This is the second time we've been here today, actually. Brendan Rabbit asking Rudy, don't you need to go to bed? You have a busy day tomorrow. Randy says, I'll be flying through DFW September 17th and 20th, and I'll be out of the country. Will I? Yes, I'll be out of the country on those dates. November 20th and November 30th, December 7th and 14th. Well, keep us posted, Randy. I should be here for one of those times. There's an E-Jet poised for takeoff. American Eagle 3323 to Midland, Texas. And meanwhile, we've got American Flight 9 coming in from Albuquerque, a 737-800. But we'll focus in on Flight 9.
Runway layer and runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 3323. Runway 33.
I've mentioned this before, but it used to be, my recollection was that when you had flights with very low flight numbers, like Flight 9, like this one is, those used to be reserved for the most elite trans or overseas flight numbers, you know, like going to London or going to, you know, somewhere very substantial. Now, I'm not saying Albuquerque's not a substantial place, far from it. I'm not saying that, but I just don't understand the flight numbering system. There goes a plane headed over to the hangar area. Got lots of love going out to Rudy, LA Plane Spotter. Abdul says, dang, you must live very close to the airport if you're able to go twice in one day. Well, when I say twice in one day, I meant I was here after midnight last night, whereas that's when I left. And, but no, I don't live close to the airport. I live about an hour's drive away.
Order departure, good night, envoy 3364.
See, I've been stuck on that shot for a while. I'll put this shot in, although there's nothing happening there. We have this American Eagle E-Jet going to, it's an Embraer 170, flight 3551, going to Waco, Texas. We talked about Waco earlier. It's about a 30-minute flight from here to Waco. So off to Waco. It'll probably be to Waco way before we go off the air. Airman 24 says American Flight 132 to Dublin has been subbed to a 777-300ER. Second day in a row from gate D27.
Left, RNS to alarm, clear for takeoff, American 39. Next, 2346, good evening,
Hey, look, we've got GoPro working again. Probably for a limited time only. Next plane was cleared for takeoff even before this aircraft had its wheels off the ground.
2392, visual 18 right.
The plane that just left, American 1399 to San Francisco, the plane that's leaving now, is American 2346 to Chicago O'Hare 737-800. Taking off and cleared for takeoff.
Have a good night, American 2040.
Beto Basilio saying hello from Arkansas. Hey there.
Tower, Frontier 5, 2632, with you visual, 180. Clear to land, 180 right, Frontier 5, 2632.
The mighty Spirit has arrived. Now with big front seats. Did you hear that? They are adding big front seats to their planes. I don't know if it's gone through the whole fleet yet. That was Spirit Flight 2392 coming in from Las Vegas in Airbus A321. But yeah, now you can get extra seat room on a Spirit plane. You'll have to pay some extra money, of course, but well, approaching the gate there is American Eagle, Flight 4822. CRJ 701ER going to Grand Junction. That is the flight last night that left here, if I remember right, left here and then made a U-turn near Manhattan, Kansas, and came back here, and we're not exactly sure why. Lighting up the night sky, there is Frontier Flight 2632 from Denver. This is an Airbus A320neo. And if we can see it, Junior the Lynx will be on the tail. Don't know that we'll be able to pick it out, but
Alright, let's find wind American, 1744.
Junior's a little overexposed, I would have to say.
Tower, London, 2967, visual 180. 180, clear to land, 2967.
I was going to try to show you the only, is it the only one we have here? I believe it's the only tri-jet we've got here at the UPS facility. UPS pretty much idle on a Saturday. I think they may have a couple of flights going in and out, but nothing too much going on there. Points Traveler says, Walt, can't wait to see you broadcast live from Korea. I'm looking forward to that. Now, of course, you know, there's all sorts of things that can happen with international internet connections and broadcasting, so we'll see what happens. Reinhold Vinderl says hello from Frankfurt at 4:45 a.m. That was American Flight 1744 going to Phoenix. And the one that's kind of parked there is Flight 878, a 737-800 going to Querétaro in Mexico. And Raina says, can't wait to see you in Korea and visit your son or brother. No, it's my son. And I'll get to meet his fiancée for the first time. That'll be exciting. So here goes the flight to Querétaro. I don't know, I think we're more interested in seeing what Delta has on offer coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's an Airbus A320, flight 2697. And a 20th century plane at that.
1999.
RF iNerd says, or wants to know, what does the area closed sign means? It says area temporarily closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. This fence was put up here, I don't know, months ago. And, hang on a second. So we'll give you this shot of the people hanging out by the fence. The fence was put up because we're at kind of the top of a ridge. You know, this is a very nice place to watch planes because we're built up on about a, I don't know, I'd say about a 30 or 35 foot ridge that overlooks the east side or the west side of the airport. And because of that, we get a very good view. But there was some erosion on the ridge. We've had very dry weather. There were cracks. And my understanding was I thought they were going to do something to fix it, to patch it up. But I haven't seen any evidence of that. So for now, they've just got this fence, and it seems like a temporary fence. But it's become semi-permanent. So I don't know what to say other than, you know, it was nice for people who wanted to just stretch, you know, put out a blanket and just watch the planes because there was nothing to block their view, and now there is. Josh Aldrich, a great mod up there in OKC, says, I need to head to bed. Have a great night, and thank you for joining us on Runway DFW. Josh, thank you so much for your moderating skills, and have a great night. See you soon. Douglas Thompson wants to know, is that haze, humidity, smoke, or dust? I don't know if I have an official statement about that. The answer is I don't know. See, can we even see Dallas? Yeah, we can see the buildings of Dallas in the background there, I think. Our view of the Bank of America Tower, that green thing sticking out from behind a terminal building there. We don't get a very good view of that from this vantage point. We have just received a $10 super chat from Sarah Deal, the real deal. Hey, Walt, we were all shocked to hear about Kevin. We all wish Kevin a speedy recovery. We also know that Rudy is a great friend to step in. Thank you for your support of AVL, Walt. My pleasure. Kevin and Rudy are great friends to me. I don't see them very often, but the times I have, I mean, the last time I was there at LAX, which was a year ago, September, for the Cranky Dork Fest weekend, Kevin couldn't have been nicer. Now, he had a lot to do because he was not only doing the Friday night rooftop party at the H Hotel, but he was also doing a live broadcast from Cranky Dork Fest on Saturday, plus his regular Sunday broadcast. But he came by and drove me over to Clutter's Park and helped me with some logistical things so that I could do a broadcast from there. And I made my way over to the parking garage the next day, and he came by and picked me up, and took me back to the hotel. So let me use some of his battery power. So, and I couldn't have been happier with how he treated a fellow plane spotter. And of course, I reciprocated when he came here the 2 times that he has. And I understand Kevin's coming back later to here at the DFW, at least tentatively, in October. Just took a sip of water here. We have a plane. There's a plane. Look, a plane. The plane, boss. American Flight 2806 to Minneapolis, St. Paul, 737-800. Followed by that plane, American Eagle 3511 to Manhattan, Kansas, and Embraer 175. So a little slow, but we should be seeing the big Dreamliner pushing back for Sydney pretty soon. Well, maybe about 45 minutes or so. I don't think we've looked at any planes on the east side tonight. We've got this American Airlines jet coming in from its hub in Charlotte. That's all of that we will see. AP says, currently watching Japan Airlines A350-1000 taking off live from Haneda, and we'll see it land at DFW tomorrow morning. The power of YouTube and plane spotters worldwide. Yeah, who knows? Someday maybe we'll have our own network. Nah, probably not. LA Plane Spotter thanking everybody for all the positive messages. And yeah, I know I'll be watching at least some of your broadcasts tomorrow, Rudy. And again, for those of you who don't know, that's Rudy from one of the plane jockeys from Airline Videos Live. Check him out, along with plane jockey Kevin on their big Sunday show tomorrow. Kevin, a little bit, well, he's unable to man the camera tomorrow, so Rudy's going to be taking over that job. And Rudy's a professional. He'll have things well under control. There's the Iberia A330-300, which will be headed back to Madrid shortly. Brenda Rabbit says, Walt, are you a plane jockey? You need the title of plane jockey. Well, no, that's an exclusive to Kevin and Rudy. That's, you know, Kevin came up with that name. So I'm a plane spotter, but I'm not a plane jockey. But I do admire the work of the plane jockeys, that is for sure. I'd like to thank Anthony Guinan, who's a channel member, for a $5 super chat. Great way to relax after a hike in the mountains. That sounds exhausting. Well, let's see. And as I pointed out before, when I say, well, let's see, I'm trying to figure out what to do next. We've got two American Airlines jets, Flight 2806 to Minneapolis-St. Paul, and Flight 2390 to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321. Speaking of jockeys, they are jockeying for position for takeoff. The Las Vegas bound plane is on the right. And it looks like that one's going to be first out of the gate. Jimmy Henry says, Runway DFW and Sierra Bravo, the only plane spotting channels I watch on a regular basis, along with AVL. Well, I'm very honored to be in that company. RFI Nerd has joined us as a channel member, so thank you for that. TriJet member, thank you so much, RFI Nerd. I used the word nerd in the title of one of my previous live broadcasts, and Mrs. Runway DFW was not. She said that was a mistake. And I said, I'm proud to be a nerd. But she thought that might have turned off some potential viewers, so. But I don't have a problem with the word nerd. I think I even did have a pocket protector when I was in high school. Just saying. And I was in the AV club. Because that let me do things like run the projector and do the slideshows and things like that.
2390, good night.
Remember the slideshows you'd have there? Well, probably most of you don't remember that. This is a long time ago. There'd be this projector which had a record player next to it. So you'd sync it up to the first film in the slideshow. There's a strip, what do they call it? A slide strip, slip strip, strip film, film strip, film strip. So you'd sync it up to the first one, and then you put the needle on the record. And then, if everything went right as the record played, there'd be a beep. And the beep would trigger the projector to advance to the next frame of the strip, the film strip. It wasn't a subtle beep. It wasn't like a low frequency one which you couldn't hear. It was a beep. This again is Iberia. It's a Airbus A330-300 headed to Madrid. So in high school, because I was on the AV club, I got to travel to all the games on the buses, you know, basketball games, the football games, to record them with a Sony black and white portable reel-to-reel recorder, which was pretty high tech at that time. So yeah, I've been doing this for a while. This once again, flight number 6148, 11-year-old aircraft. And I guess if you went by the flight number, this is not a very high priority one for Iberia. It's not like flight 2 or flight 7. It's flight 6148. Raina says, I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Walt. I can't wait to introduce you to my great friend, Tina Zarcone. You'll absolutely love her. Until next time. Thank you for that, Raina. I can't wait to meet her as well. And her last name starts with a Z, just like mine. Dale Helton says, I remember those slide projectors. Brendan Rabbit says, kids these days have no idea what you're talking about. I know. Jimmy Henry says, I also used to watch Ozzy Gaming, what was it? Ozzy Gaming 9. There was a 9 in there. I can't remember exactly what his handle was. He's still around, but he may have other things to do. But yeah, he did a good job. He was a young fellow. He was so young, his dad would bring him out here. But he was very much into it, and yeah, I don't know what. You know, again, he's in school, so that takes up a lot of time. Super 80 Adrian says, LOL. I do remember the beeps of those film strip projectors. I hadn't thought about that in quite a while. I'd like to thank Wild Hair Transport for gifting a Runway DFW membership. Thank you, Wild Hair Transport.
American 1287 heavy, new visual 18
I do believe we have a heavy jet incoming. Am I right? American Flight 1287 coming in from Miami. 777 200 ER. They'll be here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Well, Airman 24 with some news. Starting October 27th, Liberia is changing their flight numbers to 363 to DFW and 364 to Madrid. Right. We're getting a little more status here with Iberia, I guess. Here's a look at terminal, I'm going to guess that's terminal B. Yeah, that would be terminal B. A lot of empty gates there right now. Terminal B primarily, not exclusively, but primarily serves American Eagle flights. Neon Pixel says, hey there, tuning in a little late from the Wellington Flights live raid. Must I grab a late pass? Not at all necessary. We welcome you anytime you can come in. Thank you, Neon Pixel. look what we have there. It's an American, what do we got there? American Dreamliner was making its way over to the terminal area. American Flight 1406 to San Antonio, an Airbus A319 is what you see there on your screen now. Moving out of the picture, we will pick it up on camera 1. That was camera 2. We are waiting now for Qantas, the Qantas Dreamliner, to unpark itself and come out and see us. Here comes that 777 from Miami. Our nighttime zoom lens is not very wide, and so I can zoom all the way out, and we can't take it all in. Because that's a big plane. Also, if I recall, it is an older plane. Let's see what our singers have for us here.
1998.
So a 20th century plane coming in from Miami, or Miami. Just planes crazy, says good evening, better late than never. Well, I concur with that. Look how dark it is here. We don't have as much ambient light as we do at our other location closer to the UPS facility here. LA Girl says, thank you, Walt and mods, for the awesome stream. Well, I thank the mods. They make it awesome. I just make the pictures happen. Beth F says, I suppose I shall turn in. Thanks for yet another relaxing stream, Walt. Appreciate your devotion to your task at hand. Take care and God bless. Thank you, Beth F. Looking forward to your next visit with us and for some more of your great, great drawings. Shamir says hello. Hello, Shamir. And I thank you for watching Runway DFW. A little bit after 10. Did we miss the top of the hour again? I think we did, so we should do something along the lines of of this.
You're watching Runway DFW. After dark.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, we come to you. And this will probably be our final hour. We are waiting now for the Qantas Streamliner to head out to Sydney. It's always amazing to how many children there are out here late at night, but it's a weekend. A lot of families come out here, spread a blanket, have a picnic. Silsek says hello, greets from Germany. Well, hello to you. Shamir says beautiful shot with the city in the background. Yes, that's Dallas back there. Fort Worth's kind of in the other direction, but we don't see it from here. American Flight 132 to Dublin. It says here a 777 is about to enter your picture. There it is. Meanwhile, American Flight 2312 is going out to Sacramento. That's an Airbus A321. So we'll be going in the other direction momentarily. Maybe even sooner than that. Why, there it is now. And Shamir says, thank you for doing this for our viewing pleasure. I am, it's my honor to do it for you. I have said this more than once on this channel. As a child, I always wanted to have my own TV station. And never did I imagine in my wildest imagination that that would actually be possible at one point. A TV station I can carry around in the trunk of my car. Or, as the case may be, in a couple of bags that go on an airplane. So there's the 777 going to Dublin. More or less a turn and burn. Wild Hair Transport says, alas, I must head off to sleep. Y'all have a good day. Thank you, Wild Hair Transport. See, Luke says Qatar cargo lighting up on flight radar 24. Excellent. We may not stick around for the late night Qatar passenger plane, which I think is going to be sometime after 11 o'clock. I think I may be a little burned out for that. But we'll keep our eyes peeled in this general direction here for the 777 Qatar cargo going out to Atlanta. It's on the move. According to flight radar 24. Motorcycle gang has arrived. Lufthansa 747 fan says hi everyone. RFI Nerd says, are the east runways shut down for the night? No, I don't. I see a United Express plane taking off over there on 17 Center right now, so I don't think they're shut down. It's just quiet. Well, you know, you have to think, I guess, on a Saturday. And I guess there'd be more likely to be people traveling on a Sunday or a Friday than on a Saturday night. So that may have something to do with it. Although I do remember, I think we were here last Saturday, it seemed busier. That's an American 737 pulling out of the hangar there, kind of photobombing the Qatar cargo plane. Alan English liked the shot of the plane coming around the corner. Well, we have to thank Flight Radar 24 for giving us that kind of insight. It's really pretty amazing. Smoke and Slice Barbecue, who we got to meet in person a few months back. Good evening, everyone. Seems like we're all staying up past our bedtime. Family Man 82 says weekends are low volume. Avinada Sengupta says the Qantas to Sydney is pushing back. Okay. I think we're reaching the denouement of our broadcast tonight. Plus, we're getting pretty close to the end. I do have to say that as much as
81, 31 heavy.
this seems like a pretty easy gig
Just Yankee correcting 1 and running.
to take pictures of planes as they go to and fro. Well, it is a pretty easy gig, really. But when you're standing outside in the heat and on your feet for hours at a time, and you multiply that by advanced age, I guess that can all add up. But I do this happily for you, the Runway DFW viewer. When I worked in retail jobs, I remember they used to have these very cushiony mats you could stand on behind the counter, working at the cash register. I could use one of those, except it would be not really practical for someplace like this. And I am standing on turf tonight as opposed to concrete, so it's a little easier on the feet. So where do we say this plane is going? Is this going to Atlanta? Yes, to Atlanta. We've talked to 747 fan says, Walt, have you put any thought into visiting Houston Intercontinental? Yes, I have. I've just never gotten as far as planning a trip there. Ron C says, age and arthritis is why I'm not out there helping, over there helping. Well, I don't really need any help, but thank you for the thoughtfulness of that comment. Yeah, I'd like to get down to Houston. As we see American Flight 1241 pass behind the Qatar cargo plane. I guess it already did. That plane was going to Seattle. RFI Nerd says, good night all. RFI Nerd, thank you. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. And we look forward to your next visit. And we'll be here with you on Runway DFW again later. I guess technically it'll be next week, because this is the last day of the 7-day week. Saturday is. So probably look for us on Tuesday-ish, maybe. So our passengers over in terminals B and D are about to get a show from this Qatar cargo plane headed off to Atlanta. As we get a big gust of wind. There's the Flying Roo back there.
Airport, check on anyone, 31.
Off to the beach state it goes. Now let us check on the progress of the Qantas flight. We saw the Qantas 100 anniversary livery last night. Saw 2 Qantas flights last night. In fact, we saw the flight going out to Melbourne, and then this flight headed off to Sydney. That is Terminal D, the international terminal there in the background. The newest of the full terminals here at DFW Airport. There's been updates done to some of the others since Terminal D was built. I'd like to thank Zonia for gifting a Runway DFW membership, a TriJet membership. So thank you, Zonia. And Justin Marks is the recipient of that, so thank you. Qantas flight to Sydney, among the longest duration flights from here at DFW. The others on that list would be Melbourne, Doha. What else? Of course, Emirates coming in from their base, and then Istanbul.
Left line point on 4105.
Once again, this is a Dash 9 Dreamliner. Sea Freaks Trains and Train Game says my mom and dad are going to fly to Doha and then on to Africa in a few weeks. Wow. Doug Houston says, good evening, Walt. Hello to you, Doug. Got some YouTube Premium talk going on in the chat. I do subscribe to YouTube Premium. It's really, for me, it's really all I watch. Well, I do have YouTube TV to watch regular TV, but I don't find myself watching it all that often. Oh, it's a long and leisurely takeoff roll for these big Dreamliner. Got a long way to go back to Sydney. And king of transitions that I am, I've got a long way to go back home. So that's going to be our last plane of the evening here on Runway DFW. So what comes next is our chat stravaganza. Yes, chat stravaganza. But before we do that, we got some people to thank. I would like to thank very much our channel sponsor, James Webb, who has renewed his sponsorship of the channel for, I think it's in perpetuity at this point. So thank you to James Webb for sponsoring Runway DFW. I'd like to thank Kevin of Airline Videos Live for letting us use some of his battery power. They'll be all charged up for your visit here in October, should you be able to come, Kevin, and we wish you again a speedy recovery from your fractured bones in your right arm. And we'll be watching you and Rudy, the plane jockeys, tomorrow morning on Airline Videos Live, the big Sunday show. So check that out if you haven't. Then, of course, I have to thank our great moderators, the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Right now in the house, looks like we've got the random spotter, Luke. And are you all by yourself, random spotter? I think you are. So thank you very much for doing that. And thanks to all of our other mods who popped in during the evening. And we'll see you next time on Runway DFW next week sometime. Stand by for Chat Stravaganza. And there's Beve. I didn't mean to leave you out, Beve. One of our mods, too. Thank you so much. All right, we now interrupt this program to bring you Chat Stravaganza, our official way we end the shows here at Runway DFW. It's very simple. I pack up, you watch me pack up. That's pretty much it. So, but we play some really cool production music as well, so that really makes it better. I don't know, but at any rate, we'll pop this in here. Is that what we want? Yes, that's what we want. Is it coming in? Our Chat Stravaganza box. Our chat crawl. Oh, that's not going to be good. It's not working. Okay, so, what will I do? What will I do? Please stand by. I guess we'll pop that in. But there'll be nothing to explain what Chat Stravaganza is, so... Well, anyway, we'll put on the music and we'll just, we'll fire it up, and thanks for watching.
you remember?
This is the bright blend of easy rock.
Your first choice for continuous favorites.
3971. Departure Frontier Flight 3971.
Yes, I've been busted. No, I haven't. Those are very nice DFW police officers just stopping by to check things out, make sure everything was cool. So your host will not be going to jail tonight. Back to packing up.
Inbound visual 18 right. 18 right, clear to land emergency.
out, it's a blast.
brightest blend of music all in one place. hottest blend of music all in one place. The happy voice.
Well, I have a happy voice. I'm happy that you were all here tonight with us for this edition of Runway DFW Live After Dark. We'll be back probably Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. We'll see how the weather is and how other conditions are. I know this camera's kind of askew. It's just temporary. Thanks for hanging out there with us. We had Luke, the random spotter, Beve, Charlene, O'Malley hanging out with us. So thank you very much. Somebody was saying in the chat, I glanced at it, somebody was saying that they wanted a playlist of what we play. And the closest we have to that is for members only. There's about a half hour worth of our music. So that's a bonus as a member of Runway DFW. In the meantime, thanks again to everybody, and we'll see you soon on Runway DFW. What happened to my music?
Great memories.
Happy birthday again, O'Malley. Yes, we got the sign. Thank you.